your Hightail server will be ready instantly.
This is a guide to quickly set up your video settings to ensure you get the best performance for the playtest. You want to jump into the options, top right hand corner of the cog, hit video. Obviously you can do the basics, the window mode, full screen windows and your resolution, whether VSync on or off. The important things are your image quality and your post-processing. You probably want to start at post-processing, choosing between DLSS and TSR. DLSS will offer you the best performance typically. So if you're struggling below 60, you want to probably use performance or ultra performance. But if you want the better image quality, you want to fire up TSR. Scaling wise, you probably want to go 60 and above to keep the image quality pretty high, because of course 4K display, put down to 50, you're going to get half that resolution. So find that sweet spot to keep the game running well. And then typically for the image quality settings, these are the things that are going to cheat your VRAM and your graphics card. So if you've got 8 GB of VRAM, you probably want to use medium. If you've got less than that, stick it on low. If you've got 12 gigs, stick it on high. And if you've got 12 and above, then you'll want to use Epic to get the best image quality. And one last little thing which is worthwhile checking out is the hardware looming. By default, that's off for everyone. But if you want to check out hardware ray tracing, note that to on. There are 2 settings, low and high. It works right now. And if you do happen to be lucky owner of a 40 series or 50 series NVIDIA GPU, you will also have a frame gen option inside here, which clearly I don't have that card. We'll be able to help you in the Discord further if you run into any problems. Hope you have a fun time.
Peggy 16. Peggy 16.
Placement matches are back. Alpha packs now. Seem like good guys, but it's more complicated. The diffuser is no longer. Create that dedicated space. Take care.
Just break my heart.
All friendlies were eliminated. Flashbang out. Friendlies victorious. Hostiles eliminated. Friendly operator remaining. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure. Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds before insertion. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it. Failure.
Not seeing anything.
You must recover the diffuser. The diffuser is now secured. Bomb has been located.
Step on the tracks.
You have dropped the diffuser.
Nothing to report on location. Wait, threat detected. This area is hostile. Nothing to worry about here. Hostile nearby location. Flashbang out. Heads up. Hostile inbound. Brace yourself. Flashbang out.
Operator remaining. Op 4 eliminated.
Can't look you in the face. I don't wanna have to lie. I wanted this love to survive. How can you I feel paralyzed.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
passing by.
Here's the memento.
With your perfect light, I'm back. Goes up, feels like someone cut my tongue. Didn't know what good time is young. Oh, now when I look in your eyes, I feel paralyzed.
Changing mag.
You know that you control me. Guilty self-affliction. Prey on me when I'm lonely. I'm your willing victim. My friends already told me that I don't wanna listen. To love so you hold me. I don't need a reason, 'cause I don't wanna be.
Well,
15 seconds. One friendly operator remaining. 10 seconds to go.
hell!
Failed. All friendlies were eliminated.
Để bài bạn thích ngay hôm nay.
The basement is all even warmer lighting.
The world of Watch Dogs.
Because also they're accessible. The entry to the zone.
Eugene's
Always trying so hard to make me surrender. Why you always in my face? Do you really think it's over? 'Cause I've been kicked when I'm so down, too much until it's numb. And there's nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my soul. if you try to take it away from me, I hope you're out for a fight. 'Cause I've been kicked when I'm so down, too much until it's numb. And there's nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Nobody can steal my soul.
Complete activities around London, and don't forget to hack safes along the way. We'll be rich in no time.
Well, there's plenty to do.
See ya.
Sheila, I'm at the spot. I'm about to head in.
Alright, watch yourself in there. These guys are connected. If they weren't, you know I'd have them behind bars already. Somebody's keeping my hands tied, which means they've got friends in high places. Which means
They got the best gear money can buy. I'm counting on that.
don't get too cocky. I'm sending you all the information I've collected on them so you know just what you're getting into.
Thank you.
Có những giai đoạn trong đời gắn liền với một giai điệu quen thuộc, một mùa hè đáng nhớ, một mối quan hệ đã qua hay một kỷ niệm đẹp. Với Spotify, bạn có thể tạo danh sách phát như một cuốn nhật ký âm thanh, lưu giữ mọi khoảnh khắc theo cách của riêng mình. Khám phá ngay hôm nay.
Đường về đã gián đoạn bởi hàng dài xe cộ giờ tan tầm, nhạc lại gián đoạn bởi quảng cáo, còn gì chán, mệt mỏi hơn. Với Spotify Premium, trải nghiệm nghe nhạc luôn trọn vẹn, không quảng cáo, để hành trình về nhà bớt căng thẳng phần nào. Giữ mood bất biến giữa dòng người vạn biến. Đăng ký Spotify Premium ngay hôm nay.
Bạn đã bao giờ vô tình bắt gặp những danh sách phát có tên rất đặc biệt không? Trên Spotify, bạn có thể đặt tên, chỉnh sửa, thêm mô tả cho danh sách phát theo sở thích của mình. Thang hộ sáng tạo và cá nhân hóa danh sách phát của bạn ngày hôm nay.
Damn it. Locked in. I'm gonna have to find the vulnerable system pronto. If I play it small, I can trap some of these mountain rats in their offices.
Come on, let's do this! We need more guys! Got it! Hey, how do I turn this thing off? Hits from my wife! Get down! Can you feel it? Can you feel it? The rage, the
Sống lại được nè. Sống lại được nè.
Hey, this place is amazing. I can't. Eugene's wired up to my phone, so anything I can do from here, I should be able to do the same through his camera. Bet these eggheads never saw this coming.
Last weekend, we were introduced to our new project. They're called
Brewer.
Thanks. I think.
What were you working on before Blue?
Modular valve control system is built to expand or retract based on
Important in this bomb stack. There is not a lot of vertical play here.
It wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. So much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always goes. Now look behind. It's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense.
check over there. Go fuck.
Sometimes.
Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control?
Wait.
You can't breathe.
They've got something set up here. Let's see if I can spoil the surprise.
So much water.
Sneaky. Brewer, I'm looking at lasers here.
What kind?
Lasers? How many kinds are there?
Well, in the gas laser family alone, you've got 8 types, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, argon.
Damn it. Security lasers.
Oh, those are mine.
What? Well, can you bypass it?
Well, no, I mean, I ordered them before I got promoted out of Bloom Forge. I can't believe they kept them. The guys always did love retro tech, but you trip one of those, and Bloom Forge goes offline to prevent a breach.
Shit. Eugene, you're up. Eugene's wired up to my phone, so anything I can do from here, I should be able to do the same through his camera. Bet these eggheads never saw this coming.
The sound of thunder, like a whisper in my ear. I'm gonna wait forever. I can see the stars reflecting. The empty tires made of steel. Everything but you is fading. I see your light. Take me away from me. Beyond the stratosphere, I'm burning up. You got me falling free into eternity. When you tear up my horizon.
my phone, so anything I can do from here, I should be able to do the same through his camera. Bet these eggheads never saw this coming.
We're introduced to our new project. They're calling it the Central Operating System, COS for short. Software to run an entire city. I knew we were going big, but this is big. We'll be working on a test site. We're calling it the Bunker. I met one of my new partners today. Everybody went quiet when he walked in. He's a hacking legend.
Nice work, Eugene. Time to come on home. Looks like I'm gonna have to do some rerouting to shut these down.
Khám phá những cách mới để đắm mình vào điệu nhạc với Spotify Premium. Tính năng trộn bài thông minh để xuất nhạc vào danh sách phát để giới thiệu cho bạn những giai điệu mới. Hoặc bạn có thể tạo trải nghiệm nghe nhạc chung khi bắt đầu một jam, cơ hội để bạn và bạn bè cùng thêm và nghe nhạc. Nhấn vào biểu ngữ để tìm hiểu thêm.
Sáng dậy mà chưa có năng lượng, chẳng biết nghe gì. Chọn nút hôm nay và nạp tí năng lượng âm nhạc ngay với tính năng mix của Spotify. Không cần mất thời gian tìm nhạc, cứ để đó Spotify gợi ý theo mood của bạn cho. Thử ngay hôm nay.
Modular valve control system is built to expand or retract based on
Được
internal
là lúc
pressure
để chìm đắm
changes.
vào những cảm xúc riêng, có khi chill với nhạc nhẹ nhàng, cũng có thể trầm lắng với list nhạc duy. Sao không thử ngay tính năng tạo playlist theo tâm trạng trên Spotify? Tự tay lựa chọn các ca khúc đúng mood, đúng gu của mình. Thử ngay hôm nay.
setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. I'm glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat. Where I need to be for the first time. Taking risks, I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. Cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel? Forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway.
All deep once again. My heart is waking. It hurts when you lie all the time. Can't feel anymore. Feels numb when I die. Restart me again and again. Your love, the ghost of me. Been waiting for the light. Won't say goodbye. Won't close my eyes and die. I'm waking, give me life. The ghost of me.
need a break. Don't care how long it takes. You know I hate the way you make me feel so dark. You really broke my heart. You opened up my scars. I think I need a break. Don't care how long it takes. You know I hate the way you make me feel so dark. You really broke my heart. You opened up my scars. I think I need a
seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright, but I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when your answer ain't to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time.
Peggy 18.
Đô thị không phát triển một cách ngẫu nhiên. Mỗi công trình được hình thành.
Right, this is a guide to quickly set up your video settings to ensure you've got the best performance for the playtest.
Peggy 16. Peggy 16.
Đang chill cùng bạn bè mà nhạc chập chờn mất hết cả hứng. Với Premium, ngay cả khi không có kết nối mạng, nhạc vẫn mướt mượt cho cả hội thoải mái cùng quẩy. Chần chờ gì mà không đăng ký Spotify Premium ngay hôm nay? Đó, đang vui mà lọt vào một bài không hợp vai là biết liền. Tiệc tùng mà nhạc phát hên xui thì cũng không ổn lắm nhỉ. Với Spotify Premium, bạn được tự chọn bài và sắp xếp thứ tự phát theo ý mình. Muốn quẩy cực căng hay chill nhẹ nhàng, bạn đều có thể tùy chỉnh. Đăng ký Spotify Premium ngay hôm nay.
Product not yet rated.
Dù đang thư giãn ở nhà hay ra ngoài hóng mát, hãy mang âm nhạc theo cùng. Với gói Premium, bạn có thể tải nhạc xuống ở chất lượng cao hơn, nghe nhạc không quảng cáo và theo thứ tự bất kỳ. Nhấn vào bảng ngữ để tìm hiểu thêm.
Welcome everybody to the stream. We are here for our first ever developer Q&A with brand new dev team from the HellLetLooseVietnam team. Matt, Aaron, welcome.
Hi everyone.
It's lovely to have you both here. I think what we'll do is we'll kick off with some introductions. For those of you that don't know, my name is Ben. I'm the community manager for Team 17 and for HellLetLoose. I've had the pleasure of being joined today by Matt and Kieran. Matt, I'll head over to you and you can introduce yourselves to everyone who may not know you.
Yeah, sure. So I'm the creative director on HellLetLooseVietnam. I also work quite a lot on the World War II game as well. I've been playing Hell Let Loose for quite a few years now and thoroughly enjoy it. My favourite role is probably Officer. I do like playing in that leadership role. Now, one of the questions that I've seen a lot of people raise, and I can see since we announced the game with the announced trailer, is why the Vietnam War? What is it about the Vietnam War that sort of brought you to this project? And I think there's a couple of really important things I want to touch on. For us, when we look at a historical period for Hell Let Loose, we often ask ourselves, has there been a recently published game? And the Vietnam War has been popular in other popular media such as movies and so forth, but not for some time. And there hasn't really been a standout Vietnam game for some while. Really important things we want to touch on. For us, both when we look in terms of the gameplay, but also that it would offer something completely new. So for this game, for example, we're expanding upon the combined arms nature of Hell Let Loose with air weapons such as the helicopters, but also naval with the boats, with the PBR, the Patrol Boat River, for example, and also with different new command abilities with the tunnels. The game setting with the Vietnam War also offered us something completely new in the sense that it's much more asymmetrical than Hell Let Loose World War II, both from the NVA perspective and from the Americans' perspective. Now, I know a lot of people have been asking why Hell Let Loose being set in Vietnam and not the Pacific. I want to sort of talk about that for a second or two. So for us, one of the key things we want to do with this project is really set us up for the future. And whilst we love the World War II game, we don't always see Hell Let Loose as being exclusively tied into World War II. World War II is probably the largest human conflict of all time, and there are lots of additional stories to tell in that setting. But we really wanted to expand out just purely World War II. And Vietnam offers us quite a few new unique elements that I've mentioned prior to that. But it's really focusing on that expansion of combined arms. As the Vietnam team is a separate team, in addition to the World War II team, that means that as a team, we can develop lots of different new mechanics because we're building the game in many ways from the ground up. And that enables us to really focus on those mechanics. So developing these new components to the game with air warfare, with naval, with new commander abilities, new ways to fight and enjoy Hell Let Loose, it really opens us up in a really good position for anything that we want to do in the future. Be that in other additional theatres of war, and again, back into World War II.
I mean, you touched on it there really beautifully, that there are two separate teams, and Team 17, we absolutely love Hell Let Loose, the World War II setting. That is not going anywhere. We're currently deep into development.
Welcome to Vietnam and basic training. Here you will learn the fundamentals of jungle warfare. Head to the obstacle course to get started. Let's go over movement. Sprint through the course, crouch under obstacles and vault over walls. Climb the ladder. Use it to reach vantage points on the battlefield. Now, walk off the ledge to drop down. Use a bandage to heal yourself when wounded. Swim and dive through this next area of the course. Swim to get across waterways and dive to avoid obstacles and enemy sights. You can only hold your breath underwater for so long. Over the obstacle ahead. The bayonet is a powerful melee attachment that can be equipped to your weapon. Do this now and attack the dummy ahead. When you're aiming down sights, you can lean left or right to peek around corners without exposing yourself fully. When you're up close, a quick swing can take out an enemy before they even know you're there. Going prone keeps your head low. Use it to crawl under barriers or avoid getting hit. Hell Let Loose is built around the command structure. Unit members follow their unit leader. Unit leaders take orders from the commander. Communication wins battles. There are 3 radio channels. Unit communicates with your unit members, proximity with teammates nearby, and unit leaders have the leadership channel to speak to other unit leaders and the commander. Open the tactical map. This is the tactical map. Use it to coordinate tactics with your fellow soldiers and keep track of the battle as it unfolds. Referring to the grid, icons and non-verbal markers are just some of the tools that can be utilised to support effective communication. These are all the different structures that can be placed during the battle. Squads use these structures to redeploy and get back into the fight. The placement of these structures wins battles. Outflank and dominate the enemy. The field pad allows you to build spawns across the battlefield. Equip it now to place an outpost. This allows your team to quickly deploy to the field. Now, climb the ladder to the next move marker. When words aren't fast enough, you can use a non-verbal communication marker to indicate different types of danger. Give it a go and mark the infantry targets ahead. Let's go over combat. Aim down the sights to improve accuracy. Shoot the targets ahead, aiming for the helmet to guarantee an instant kill. Running out of munitions in the heat of battle can be costly, so resupply from the ammo boxes if you need. Now, climb back down the ladder and move to the next location. Grenades are a powerful explosive item. Equip one now and throw it towards the enemies. Now let's learn the fundamentals of capture points. Head over to the next move marker. A capture point is one of the main objectives that both teams fight for control. A capture point is under a team's control when their numbers exceed that of their enemies. The team that controls the capture point has ownership over map territory. These are known as sectors, and they dictate the flow of the battle. Now move inside the hard capture radius of the capture point. This is the most important location for contesting the objective. The capture point is contested. Neutralise all the enemies to start capturing the point. You've found an enemy garrison. Dismantle it to prevent enemies from redeploying and contesting the point. Good job, you've captured your first capture point. Check the map and observe the territory you've just claimed from the enemy. Well done, you've successfully completed your training.
Welcome to Squad Leader Training. Here you will learn about the different types of spawn structures that can be utilised in a battle, including their strategic advantages and limitations. As an MVA Squad Leader, you will also learn how to build and utilise a tunnel network. Before we start, it's important to understand sectors and territory. Highlighted on the tactical map is the capture point, which consists of a 2x2 grid square called the soft capture, and within it, a smaller circle known as the hard capture. The team that controls the capture point has control over sector territory. There are several types of territory, including neutral, friendly, unlocked, and locked enemy territory. The outpost is a spawn structure specific to your squad, with a shorter redeploy wave. It's the quickest of all spawn structures. Use it to keep your squad together and redeploy quickly into the battle. The outpost is the only spawn structure that can be built in neutral territory, and it doesn't cost any supplies to place. Observe the capture point being seized by our team and the territory changing from neutral to friendly. Friendly territory allows squad leaders and the commander to place garrisons at a lower supply cost. Garrisons, unlike outposts, aren't limited to a single squad. Instead, they allow the entire team to deploy on them. The garrison costs less to place in friendly territory, and supplies can be provided by a specialist player, support vehicles, and a supply drop called in by the commander. A tunnel is a special kind of structure used by the NVA to build a network of rapid deploy locations. Observe the capture point being seized by the enemy team and the territory changing from friendly to unlocked enemy territory. Because our team lost the territory, all spawn structures we placed have been destroyed. While spawns can still be placed within unlocked enemy territory, doing so requires a higher supply cost. However, in locked enemy territory, such as columns G through J, no spawns and tunnel structures can be placed in those sectors. Let's place a new garrison. It costs more to place in unlocked enemy territory, and it's important to remember that garrisons need to be placed 200 meters away from each other. NVA garrisons can also be connected to tunnels. It's time to build your first tunnel network. Command has placed a tunnel in E5. Follow the on-screen instructions and learn how to connect and disconnect a tunnel network.
để đánh vào mặt đối địch.
What the hell?
Không thể bị lọt qua, giữ khu vực này là tối quan trọng.
We can now fast travel to the other tunnel. Start by entering the garrison. The time it takes to travel varies based on the distance between the two structures. Now it's time to build a larger tunnel network. Connect the new tunnels and garrisons that the team has just placed. Remember, only the MVA commander and squad leaders can connect and disconnect tunnels. The distance between the two structures is limited, and garrisons can only connect to tunnels and not each other. Well done. You have completed your training.
Yes, yes. What the...
Welcome to Specialist and Engineer Training. Specialist and Engineer players can work together to build structures that can reshape the battlefield. Let's start with learning about the Specialist role. Specialist players are essential as they can place supplies and ammunition for other teammates to utilize. A nearby teammate has requested explosive ammo. Get over there and supply them. An engineer has left a barricade blueprint along the road that needs to be built. Use the hammer in your loadout to finish constructing it. Any nearby teammates with a hammer can help speed up the building process as well. Great job, but we can do more. Upgrade the barricade to the next level. Certain structures, like the barricade and bunker, can be improved by using extra supplies. Once upgraded, they can withstand more damage and can even provide more cover at higher upgrade levels. A teammate's calling for supplies. Place them in the marked location. Supplies are the lifeblood of the team. With them, squad leaders can set up spawn points and engineers can build defences to help fortify your position. Your squad leader is requesting you redeploy as an engineer and help secure your team's defensive position. You are now playing as the engineer. From building defences like barbed wire and barricades, to repair and resupply stations for vehicles, the engineer is able to reshape the battlefield. Build a manpower node in the designated space. You can use the wrench in your loadout to place the blueprint, then use the hammer to build it. This is one of 3 resource nodes that generate resources for the commander, allowing them to call in devastating offensive strikes, spawning new vehicles for the team, and much more. Now, let's build up our defences to hold off future enemy attacks. Place some barbed wire in the highlighted area. The engineer has a blowtorch in their loadout that can be used to repair damaged vehicles. Let's approach the nearby tank and help it out. Other engineers can assist in order to speed up repair time. As an engineer, you're also able to destroy enemy structures. You can interact with them or go for the more explosive option and use a satchel charge. To start, let's approach the first barrier and dismantle it. Great job. Now let's move to the marked area and use the satchel charge to destroy the next barrier. When using the satchel, be sure to stand back. It has a large explosive radius. Congratulations, this concludes your training.
Shit. Oh, shit. Fucking hell. Shit.
Welcome to Specialist and Engineer Training. Specialist and Engineer players can work together to build structures that can reshape the battlefield. Let's start with learning about the Specialist role. Specialist players are essential as they can place supplies and ammunition for other teammates to utilise. A nearby teammate has requested explosive ammo. Get over there and supply them. An engineer has left a barricade blueprint along the road that needs to be built. Use the hammer in your loadout to finish constructing it. Any nearby teammates with a hammer can help speed up the building process as well. Great job, but we can do more. Upgrade the barricade to the next level. Certain structures, like the barricade and bunker, can be improved by using extra supplies. Once upgraded, they can withstand more damage and can even provide more cover at higher upgrade levels. A teammate's calling for supplies. Place them in the marked location. Supplies are the lifeblood of the team. With them, squad leaders can set up spawn points and engineers can build defences to help fortify your position. Your squad leader is requesting you redeploy as an engineer and help secure your team's defensive position. You are now playing as the engineer. From building defences like barbed wire and barricades, to repair and resupply stations for vehicles, the engineer is able to reshape the battlefield. Build a manpower node in the designated space. You can use the wrench in your loadout to place the blueprint, then use the hammer to build it. This is one of 3 resource nodes that generate resources for the commander, allowing them to call in devastating offensive strikes, spawn in new vehicles for the team, and much more. Now, let's build up our defences to hold off future enemy attacks. Place some barbed wire in the highlighted area. The engineer has a blowtorch in their loadout that can be used to repair damaged vehicles. Let's approach the nearby tank and help it out. Other engineers can assist in order to speed up repair time. As an engineer, you're also able to destroy enemy structures. You can interact with them or go for the more explosive option and use a satchel charge. To start, let's approach the first barrier and dismantle it. Great job. Now let's move to the marked area and use the satchel charge to destroy the next barrier. When using the satchel, be sure to stand back. It has a large explosive radius.
What?
Congratulations, this concludes your training.
Shit.
Welcome to Specialist and Engineer training. Specialist and Engineer players can work together to build structures that can reshape the battlefield. Let's start with learning about the Specialist role. Specialist players are essential as they can place supplies and ammunition for other teammates to utilise. A nearby teammate has requested explosive ammo. Get over there and supply them. An engineer has left a barricade blueprint along the road that needs to be built. Use the hammer in your loadout to finish constructing it. Any nearby teammates with a hammer can help speed up the building process as well. Great job, but we can do more. Upgrade the barricade to the next level. Certain structures, like the barricade and bunker, can be improved by using extra supplies. Once upgraded, they can withstand more damage and can even provide more cover at higher upgrade levels. A teammate's calling for supplies. Place them in the marked location. Supplies are the lifeblood of the team. With them, squad leaders can set up spawn points and engineers can build defences to help fortify your position. Your squad leader is requesting you redeploy as an engineer and help secure your team's defensive position. You are now playing as the engineer. From building defences like barbed wire and barricades, to repair and resupply stations for vehicles, the engineer is able to reshape the battlefield. Build a manpower node in the designated space. You can use the wrench in your loadout to place the blueprint, then use the hammer to build it. This is one of 3 resource nodes that generate resources for the commander, allowing them to call in devastating offensive strikes, spawn in new vehicles for the team, and much more. Now, let's build up our defences to hold off future enemy attacks. Place some barbed wire in the highlighted area. The engineer has a blowtorch in their loadout that can be used to repair damaged vehicles. Let's approach the nearby tank and help it out. Other engineers can assist in order to speed up repair time. As an engineer, you're also able to destroy enemy structures. You can interact with them or go for the more explosive option and use a satchel charge. To start, let's approach the first barrier and dismantle it. Great job. Now let's move to the marked area and use the satchel charge to destroy the next barrier. When using the satchel, be sure to stand back. It has a large explosive radius. Congratulations, this concludes your training.
Welcome to Grenadier and Machine Gunner training. There are a myriad of vehicles you'll come across on the battlefield, and some roles are designed to help take them out. We're starting with the Grenadier, a role that has access to explosive weaponry that can disrupt and destroy enemy armor and light vehicles. Equip the RPG to take down the tank ahead. It's important to consider armor thickness when aiming your attacks. The engine compartment at the rear of the tank has the least protection. Disabling the tracks will bring the tank to a crawl. Disabling its turret will weaken its offensive capabilities. Destroying its hull will wipe the tank out completely. Welcome to Grenadier and Machine Gunner training. There are a myriad of vehicles you'll come across on the battlefield, and some roles are designed to help take them out. We're starting with the Grenadier, a role that has access to explosive weaponry that can disrupt and destroy enemy armor and light vehicles. Equip the RPG to take down the tank ahead. It's important to consider armor thickness when aiming your attacks. The engine compartment at the rear of the tank has the least protection. Disabling the tracks will bring the tank to a crawl. Disabling its turret will weaken its offensive capabilities. Destroying its hull will wipe the tank out completely. Great work! The Grenadier can also place mines that cause massive damage to enemies that trigger them. Let's place an AP mine in the road up ahead. Now it's time to learn a new role. Please redeploy and select the machine gunner role. You are now playing as the machine gunner. With access to a deployable MG with a large magazine, the machine gunner is excellent at suppressing the enemy and halting waves of attacks. First things first, an enemy boat is nearby and we need to deal with its driver and passengers. Mount your MG for improved accuracy and take them out. MGs are excellent at suppressing and killing the operators and passengers of lightly armored vehicles like the boat. Suppression blurs enemy vision and improves your chances at taking them out. MVA machine gunner, you have access to an AA gun capable of suppressing and destroying enemy helicopters. Use the wrench to place it and the hammer to build it in the highlighted area. AA gun and shoot down the enemy chopper. The AA gun is the most effective at disrupting the helicopter's aerial dominance. Enough concentrated fire will bring one crashing down. You have successfully completed your training.
many of its designs, the Soviet Union widely distributed the RPG-2 to its allies. Under license, China produced an almost identical copy, designated B-40, which was then supplied to the North Vietnamese army. As an older type originating in the K-50M submachine gun was a North Vietnamese conversion of imported example.
Welcome to Vietnam. I'm based.
The middle of the main lobby. Not only a second one, you have a third one, all the way on the left side of the main lobby. 3 different rappels that you can take to contest anyone, whether it be the roamers or the anchors on site onto Barista. As you can see, this map has a lot to offer, whether it be for the attackers with safe entry points, whether it be for roamers, for heavy roamers and C4s and vertical play. In my opinion, it has a great competitive viability, not only in ranked, but also at pro level. Now back to you, Chris and Josh, for the rest of the panel.
Thanks, Tom and Leo, for your very useful insights on this iconic brand new map. Here it is, a recap of Operation System Override, Ranked 3.0, Calypso Casino, the new Dokkaebi remaster, and much more. Mark your calendars and join us when the season launches on June 2nd. Now, before we kick off the grand final, we have have one more special guest who would like to announce something quite important.
Is that Salt Lake City I hear?
What's up, Salt Lake? It's me. It's Bodo, your current MVP of Rainbow Six Siege. And I bet you're wondering, what could I possibly be doing on this screen? I must have something really crazy to announce if they're throwing me over here. Check this out.
It's pretty sick.
I might have to play Vigil a bit more when that bundle drops, I'm just saying. But on behalf of the Siege team, we want to thank you for your incredible support. Siege isn't just a game, it's a legacy that we built together, and we're fully committed to making it better every single day. With that, it's time for Siege competition at its absolute best. Let's all get ready for the grand final of the Salt Lake City Major! Okay, everyone calm down for a second, hold on. We missed something, classic, okay. The esports team has something they want to show you, so let's take a look.
Hello there. My name is Niklas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingler. Today, we're going to teach you how to win a major and become just as good as I am. First, close your eyes and start taking deep breaths. The path to success is a hard one, but you have to keep walking. Some people, they see an obstacle, but I see the destination. Dive into the ocean of calmness. Here, in that silence, nothing can stop me. Anderton? What are you doing here?
次のメジャーのために鍛えてんだよ。そろそろ帰ろうか。大阪、I'm coming!
Barricades to special.
Completely.
More. Break barricade to the next level. 6.
At the top of Chicago's criminal network is Lucky Twin.
Stuck in here, 8 seconds. get you, gonna make you fall in love with me, you want more. Yeah, but you never had a better way, I do it all. I'm gonna get you, gonna make you fall in love with me, you want more. Yeah, but you never had a better way, I do it all.
hứng quá đi thôi. Với Spotify Premium, yên tâm tận hưởng âm nhạc không quảng cáo, giữ trọn cảm hứng từ nhà đến tận điểm hẹn. Đăng ký Spotify Premium ngay hôm nay.
Move 200 meters, front.
On the way. Deadline sát nút, vừa vào mút gõ phím liên tục giữa đêm lại bị trật nhịp bởi nhạc gián đoạn. Lấy lại mút tập trung ngay với Spotify Premium. Không gì có thể ngăn cản phút giây chạy deadline năng suất của bạn. Đăng ký Spotify Premium ngay hôm nay. Chạy như rút ôn bài trước giờ thi mà rơi nhịp tập trung. Đừng để giây phút căng đảo gấp rút vì gián đoạn bởi quảng cáo. Đăng ký Spotify Premium ngay hôm nay.
Move 75 meters. Front.
On the way. Wait.
Hearing sirens playing from the start, from the start, from the start, from the start. Hey, hey. Did you hear them sirens playing? Hear them sirens playing from the start.
Move 400 meters east.
On the way.
Return to formation.
Understood.
Move up.
Understood. Wait.
Two, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Move 700 meters east. Move 75 meters, front.
Roger that.
Waiting. Move 100 meters, front.
Copy.
Move 100 meters, front.
Roger that.
Ready. Move half a click east.
On the way.
Move 100 meters, right.
On the way.
Ready. Move 100 meters, front.
On the way.
Move 300 meters, front.
Roger that.
Move 100 meters, front.
Solid copy.
Move 75 meters, front.
Wilco. Ready.
Move 100 meters, front.
Understood.
Với Spotify Premium, bạn có thể tải nhạc về máy và nghe kể cả khi không có kết nối mạng. Dù đã đợi check-in hay đang trong máy bay, cảm xúc vẫn trọn vẹn như từng giai điệu. Đăng ký Spotify Premium ngay hôm nay. Đi metro mà phải xuống hầm là kết nối mạng yếu ngay, lại đúng lúc đang nghe bài hát yêu thích nữa chứ. Đừng để cảm xúc gián đoạn bởi quảng cáo, tải nhạc về máy kể cả khi không có kết nối mạng. Đăng ký Spotify Premium ngay hôm nay. Khi một danh sách phát tình cờ lại hợp vai với bạn đến bất ngờ, bạn có tò mò muốn biết thêm về gu nhạc của người đó không? Trên Spotify, bạn có thể tìm và theo dõi hồ sơ của người khác để khám phá thêm các danh sách phát yêu thích của họ. Biết đâu lại tìm được thêm vài bài hát mới cho mình đó nha. Khám phá trên Spotify ngay hôm nay.
Move 100 meters, front.
On the way.
I'll go back to the place where I belong. Everyone could break my heart, but I try my best not to fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. You'll be my pleasure.
Standing by.
Move 200 meters, front.
Solid copy. Man, 100 meters, front.
I got nothing to be scared of.
Machine gunner, 100 meters, front. Man, 100 meters, front.
Know the answers in my heart, so I'll try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. Will you be my adventure?
100 meters, right up ahead. Man, 100 meters, just up ahead.
position. Memories keep me together. Matter of factly and no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no.
Move up! All the way!
To want something better. Wants to never
Standing
say
by.
never. Will you be my pleasure?
Copy that!
Now I see through.
Waiting! Move 75 meters! Front! Copy that! Report position! Hostile down! Man, 100 meters! Right! Target neutralized! Waiting! Move 100 meters! Front! Copy that! Area clear. Waiting. Move up. Welcome. Waiting. Move 75 meters. Front. On the way. Enemy spotted. Truck. 100 meters front. Report position. Ready. Move 100 meters. Front. Understood. I see movement. Rifle. 100 meters. Front. Return to formation. Roger that. Report position. Got an enemy, rifleman, 300 meters west. AT soldier, 100 meters front. 4, 5, 6, 7. Return to formation.
Report position. Rifleman, 100 meters, front.
Soldier, 100 meters front. Man, 200 meters front.
Need help.
Move right.
Target neutralized. Rifle, 100 meters, front. Man, 100 meters, front.
Need help. Move up! On the way!
Man, 100 meters, right flank. Right, 100 meters, right.
Waiting! Move up!
Chạy new rút ôn bài trước giờ thi mà rơi nhịp tập trung. Đừng để giây phút căng não gấp rút bị gián đoạn bởi quảng cáo. Đăng ký Spotify Premium ngay hôm nay. Sáng cần năng lượng, trưa cần tập trung, tối chỉ muốn chill. Trên Spotify, bạn có thể mở các mix khác nhau theo từng mood trong ngày. Không cần tạo mới từ đầu, chọn đúng vibe cho từng thời điểm và để Spotify lo phần còn lại. Thử ngay hôm nay!
Đang luôn vui, chuẩn bị chìm vào giấc ngủ trong âm nhạc vui vui thì quảng cáo. Ủa? Với Spotify Premium, không quảng cáo nào có thể phá hỏng giây phút thư giãn hiếm hoi trong ngày của bạn nữa. Nghe nhạc không gián đoạn, tận hưởng trọn vẹn từng giai điệu. Đăng ký Spotify Premium ngay hôm nay.
Stuck in the same old feeling, feel so detached. My vocal cords are bleeding, overreact. Oh, I don't know what to say, I don't know where to start. Words feel like we're strangers, drifting only apart.
Feel the silence chasing me. Shadows follow me everywhere I go. Danger's near, I can feel it. Feel that fire, welcome to the kill zone. Feel the silence chasing me. Shadows follow me everywhere I go. Danger's near, I can feel it. Feel that flame, welcome to the kill zone.
Ôi, tay á, nhìn tay lắm á, người ta nhìn tay lắm á. Thôi hen ghê á. Ở Đắk Lắk. Ở Đắk Lắk. Không, Buôn Mê Thuột là Buôn Mê Thuột, Đắk Lắk là Đắk Lắk, Gia Lai là Gia Lai, Con Tum là Con Tum. Không, Buôn Mê Thuột xe mà. Hai cái đó nó cách xa nhau lắm em ơi. Anh biết nữa chị. Nhưng mà Buôn Mê Thuột ở thành phố.
Yeah. Nó thế thì ok chị ơi.
Chị không chấp nhận, chị không chấp nhận.
Rồi.
Dạ.
Tụi mình đứng trước đầu vậy.
Ai ném? Tao ném đâu?
Nó ném.
Nó ném tại nó chứ liên quan gì đâu.
Thì em báo xui rồi chứ em nói gì đâu.
Silence is loud.
guy. Dropping here, there.
When everything on the IHOP value menu is just $6, you can go all out.
So for those of you who don't know, Greater Vancouver has a population of like 3+ million. But the city of Vancouver itself is actually a lot smaller than you think. It's 600,000.
We're in trouble here early. Now that's it. We'll be back after a quick break.
swing can take out an enemy before they even know you're there.
Không cần mất thời gian tìm nhạc, cứ để đó Spotify gợi ý theo mood của bạn cho. Thử ngay hôm nay.
Đường về đã gián đoạn bởi hàng dài xe cộ giờ tăng tầm, nhạc lại gián đoạn bởi quảng cáo, còn gì chán, mệt mỏi hơn. Với Spotify Premium, trải nghiệm nghe nhạc luôn trọn vẹn, không quảng cáo, để hành trình về nhà bớt căng thẳng phần nào. Giữ mood bất biến giữa dòng người vạn biến. Đăng ký Spotify Premium ngay hôm nay.
You need to keep going, try hard every day. So right now you want to sleep? still see me here. And this picture screen finished. Chắc đăng ký làm idol nhảy ai ông á? Ông đăng ký ở đâu? Sao mà nghỉ TikTok, ai làm gì em? Nhảy dây. Này, chưa chắc ông đã được nhảy, ông đã nhảy bằng phú bà, à có nhầm, ông đã nhảy bằng mấy ông bà có tuổi đấy nhá. Người ta nhảy bao nhiêu năm này, mình tự nhiên mình nhảy ở đây mình nghĩ mình nhảy được. Đừng đề cao mình quá đấy bạn. Tôi bây giờ tôi nhảy tôi bây giờ tôi nhảy ông bà tôi còn thua nữa. Xương cốt thì cái cốt két không. Ai cho ọp ọp? Ọp làm gì mà ọp? Mắc ọp quá đi. Mọi người ọp hết tôi chơi với ai? Đúng đấy. Để chuẩn bị lên thì ọp thì vẫn ọp, bây giờ em vẫn ọp này. Em bây giờ ngoại trừ chơi room thì yêu em còn chơi room nào nữa đâu mà. Phú bà như lorry á. Con mắt nào nhìn tôi phú bà vậy? Đi khám mắt thì nữa. Nhìn ra tôi phú bà là phải đi khám mắt khẩn trương đấy, tiếp nghèo rớt mồng tơi mồng rớt phú bà rồi đó. Có tiếng có miếng. Tôi chắc chắn sẽ không ọp cho đến khi Vương Lâm là Vương Lâm. Vương Avatar. Cười không nhá. Vương Lâm người ta mắc cười. Không mấy giờ chị ngủ may vẽ tiếp cả thôi em ơi. Đợt trước chị ngủ một lần. Ở mức đấy cuối cùng là đến ngày chị live xong chị bị gì nhỉ? Chị bị TikTok nó đánh nhầm nên là bay mất 55% lương ngày hôm đấy là chị cáu quá. Chị mất hướng like luôn. Thế là chị không like nữa, chị đang vẽ rồi chị xóa luôn. Cũng bức này chính bức này đấy. Hôm nay không có ấy nữa, hôm nay chỉ vẽ cho bằng xong. Sẽ không có chuyện là đi ngủ nữa cưng ạ. Hôm trước chị mới phát xong cái hình này chị đi ngủ. Hôm đấy là không còn ai trong room nữa. Hôm đấy là còn mỗi Bi. Tất cả mọi người đều đi ngủ hết. Mà chị từ lúc đấy zip hết cả mắt ra rồi. Em treo ngủ đấy, ok ngủ đi em. Chị zip hết mắt vào rồi. Tại vì hôm đấy chị bị thiếu ngủ á. Chị xuống like cái chị đặt mình xuống chị ngủ luôn mà. Mà mọi người biết là chị khó ngủ như nào đấy. Kiểu mà để chị đặt mình xuống là chị ngủ luôn là nó hiếm lắm luôn á mấy cưng. Mà hôm đấy là chị đặt mình xuống phát ra chị ngủ sòng cái luôn. Chị muốn đi rủ viên là vẽ cỡ này rồi còn ngủ. Thích cho bằng hết, cho bằng xong thôi. Tại vì vẽ màu cỡ này mà chị đi ngủ nó hay bị hỏng bức vẽ lắm. Chị dậy là bức vẽ nó tan nát luôn. Bao nhiêu công vẽ nó bay hết. Dậy là bức vẽ nó nhòe hết luôn. Đợt trước chị mới phát hình thôi thì còn vậy được.
Có thằng nhảy xuống.
Hai hàng luôn mẹ.
Ô kìa.
Nó một thằng kia rồi. Còn cái đó, còn cái kia không.
Này chị chấm luôn nha.
Còn xuống. Standing by. Có một nữa. Có một chiếc đó.
你が93、你が94。
Anderton?
にが95。
What are you doing here?
次のメジャーのために鍛えてんだよ。そろそろ帰ろうか。大阪、I'm coming!
Get your tickets now! Get your tickets right now! Can we get June 8th, right?
Yeah.
June 8th.
That was a tough video. That was
clean.
Oh my
It's
God.
so Anderton. That really captures him in that moment, lifting weights.
It was beautiful.
I'll tell you what else was tough. Operation System Override. We hyped it up and it lived up to the hype.
I'm going to shirt it. Again, we were teasing the rank 3.0. I think that's so important. No hidden MMR. Your rank is your rank. I heard one guy in the crowd say he's excited to get copper. At the end of the day, that is what the community lives for. They love playing rank, so it's only going to make it better.
Listen, and for you actually have to put in the performance. You can't just get carried. You can't carry your way through the way. You have to actually put in work, Fox. You can't rely on your 5 stacks anymore.
You know what you won't be able to do? That new map, Calypso Casino. I don't know if you're going to be able to do it all on your own, rappelling down the skylight all the way into the basement. Thank God Leo
I was about
up
to say,
there
thankfully,
showing you what to do.
Leo is absolutely saving everyone a heartache of wondering what your teammates and how they're going to set up. He broke it all down. So hopefully once we all can dive into there, everyone should have a good understanding of how you can set up properly. All right, we'll dig a bit deeper into some of the favorite announcements there, but let's start with the Dokkaebi remaster. Some incredible changes coming. I mean, something that I think about already a competitive aspect. I mean, one, it's a huge dynamic shift. It really makes you work for that information, but not only that, you take away the ability of those defenders to be able to use that information. So when I think of how teams set up, when you play a 2-2-1 split, the player on site usually feeding information, giving players around, you get rid of that information. That can be so crucial for an attack to immediately attack that site because there is no extra information there.
I mean, from the competitive aspect, some teams only have 1 to 2 people that drone. If you're able to just take their phone off the board, no cameras for them to be able to get information for their team, some teams that aren't too experienced are going to struggle, especially with that gridlock change. I mean, you hit the trap and all of a sudden you are crutching and limping your way on a flank. Nothing, I tell you, nothing is going to ruin my day more than if I think I have the flank of a sentry and all of a sudden I'm limping through some track stingers and I can't move at all, and then you get smoked from wherever gridlock's hiding. That will be the worst moment possible.
Anything else? Look, you touched on it, but rank 3.0 is looking sick. It is looking sick, but I mean, something else that also hits home for me is just that esports tab. I mean, now if you're really looking at the statistics, you can go in and look at your favorite players, your favorite teams, you can check out their stats, what they're playing. I think that really speaks home for me, hits home for me, and I'm always excited to see esports being more introduced to the community so everyone can be on that same level playing field.
It's beautiful because I feel like one of the biggest talking points has always been competitive versus the casual fun community, and I love when it's a part of the game because at the end of the day, the Siege events is where that comes into one situation. Everybody is at home together. Now to have it on the main screen, it makes it one step closer to the uniting everybody on one front.
Speaking of uniting everybody on one front, on home soil, there's only one thing left to do here today, and that is to have our grand final in Salt Lake City. It is all North American Dark Zero versus Shopify Rebellion for the trophy, and it...
You should have
Dokube's phone calls are getting a lot more dangerous in Operation System Override, launching June 2nd in Rainbow Six Siege. The remaster of the reigning queen of spam calls allows her to target just one phone per call, but if the recipient doesn't answer, their phone literally explodes, starts a fire, and ensures they can't use observation tools or phone-powered gadgets for the rest of the round. Dokkaebi will also be armed with a new primary weapon, the XK-23 assault rifle, as will Rora and Sens. The new season marks the grand opening of the Calypso Casino map, and the debut of the more transparent, more rewarding Ranked 3.0. It's Operation System Override on the line. You'd better pick up. The Dokkaebi remaster is making headlines this season as her unique ability has been redesigned, renamed, and redeployed. This is the Jago payload. It can target one defender per call, and uses a targeting system just like Deimos uses for his Deathmark tracker. If you're targeted, you can tell right away from the ringtone that something is off. This call sounds more urgent and increasingly angry. You'll want to dismiss it ASAP, and you can do so more quickly than you could with her previous calls. While those were meant to distract you and clue attackers into your position, the Jago payload is instead running a malicious program to overheat and explode your phone. And you don't want that, but Dokkaebi definitely does. The explosion instantly deals a sizable chunk of direct damage and starts a small fire right where you're standing, which will quickly deal more damage if you do not move immediately. Now you not only have less HP, but you've been forced to reposition and potentially step into Dokkaebi or her allies' line of sight. Avoiding this fate is easier than dodging her old spam calls because the calls are faster to dismiss and only affect one operator at a time. However, the Jago payload has more charges and faster cooldowns, giving Dokkaebi more chances to coordinate with her team and make a precise, targeted strike. And consider this. If a defender's phone explodes, then that defender cannot access observation tools to gather intel until they are eliminated or until the next round. And if that defender happens to rely on their phone for gadget use, they will lose access to that gadget for the rest of the round. Which means no more stolen drones for Mozzie, no more
the hell? Holy shit. Let's see. No way. Wow.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb. Seconds. 5 seconds. Bomb located by Op 4.
What the hell? hell?
Friendly is victorious. Hostiles eliminated. Protect the bombs.
Swapping mag.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for assault. Seconds left. 5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb. Location has been compromised. The bomb diffuser has been successfully deployed. You have been spotted.
Oh my. Oh. Shit.
Diffuser located. Protect the bombs and disable the diffuser. Friendly disabled the diffuser. Mission successful. We need to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds before insertion. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Let's take a peek, shall we? Claymore mine active. Boy, enemy devices in the dark.
Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
Peggy 18. Peggy 18.